All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Let's get underway. Let's finish this build up, shall we? Now we got to remember to save frequently.
This song goes out to a sweet cowgirl who makes the best soup in Boston. Much obliged, Agatha. You're one cool gal. Keep on playing that fiddle.
So for those curious, we are making it so we can build more stuff. We're creating more room artificially. And this does work. This method does work regardless if you're using cheats or mods or vanilla gameplay with no alterations. It will work irregardless.
This is Dusty Dude, and you're listening to Tumbleweed Tunes. Much obliged. what, folks, I love to gain new wisdom about Boston. Such an interesting place compared to the Mojave wasteland. I love to learn, but I live for wisdom. Knowledge comes from learning. Wisdom comes from living. So true, don't you think? Well, hello there, cowboys. I'm your host, Dusty Dude, and I have some wild tales about the time I spent in New Vegas. But we'll jump on that horse a little further down the trail. First, I wanted to humbly thank you for tuning in to Tumbleweed Tunes, brought to you via satellite from Old World Radio. Much obliged.
Hey, Bear, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? How was your Memorial Day vacation things? We're doing a build here, and we got Dusty Dude on the radio. Sounds like Sam Elliott. Still out camping. Nice. So, have you played Fallout 4 before, Bear?
Mm-hmm. I hold that song very dear to my heart. Brings me back to when I witnessed a herd of deathclaws heading out towards Quarry Junction. I first caught sight of those evil demons when leading a pack of Brahmin out of the Good Springs to trade with my amigo Doc Mitchell. Weary from my travels, I set up camp for the night. Well, as I lay there, feeling the warmth of the fire, deep in thought while staring up at the Mojave stars, I started to feel the ground tremble beneath my boots. At first, I thought it was an earthquake. Then I heard the snarl and growl of distant foul beasts. I grabbed and looked through my telescope, and lo and behold, there they were, an entire herd of deathclaws. Evil demons. I packed up my belongings as quick as a rabbit on fire and got the hell out of Dodge. Those were the days. Here's another tune for you folks.
Fallout 1 and 2? Okay. Yeah, this is 4, which is the Bethesda East Coast storyline. And I've got mods on right now. I've been wanting to build. So I finally got to a point where I can build, and I'm heavily modifying. When I say heavily modifying, you'll appreciate this one, Bear. Fallout. You know what Fallout was always missing? 155 howitzers. So now, the Minutemen, who I'm the general of, have 155 howitzers. And they're functional. Allow me to demonstrate. And instead of this Minutemen ragtag group looking like a bunch of disheveled fucking peasants, I have them looking like a proper military. Uniformed, patches, flags, operating equipment, militarized patrols going out on a regular basis. We even got canine armor. Bam. Yep. Proper military. Cigarettes in the helmets. Alright, so. The artillery. We'll throw the artillery grenade right there. Oh yeah, we got tanks too. Yep. Oh, and I got APCs on the other side as well. Almost forgot about my APCs.
Well, howdy, folks. You're listening to Tumbleweed Tunes with your host, Dusty Dude. I got a story to tell you through this here guitar. There may not be any words spoken in the English language, or any language that I can muster, but the message is understood simply by listening. Not by learning a new language or knowing the one you already understand. Just by listening.
And I've got APCs. So we've also got the APCs up for our military. Yep. Oh, you know what I didn't build? I almost forgot. Man, I am glad you came in here, because it made me want to show off everything, which reminded me I hadn't built my vertibirds yet. So yeah. We've also got vertibirds. And a navy. Well, a boat. We have a boat. I like rattlesnakes and laser beams on their heads. I do have this laser rifle. It even shoots the blue laser beam. I can make it shoot a purple one. I'm trying to think. I can train it. I can tame a Deathclaw. I just can't put an outfit on a Deathclaw. If I could arm a Deathclaw, that would be freaking awesome. Oh, hey, this dude. Alright, so. We are gonna give you... We got robots that are painted up.
I'll take pride in that. I just read a letter here from Pierre, the host of the French Connection out of New Vegas. He just told me he quit drinking and is working on his gambling addiction. The letter says, "Thank you, dude. You were there when I was at my worst and didn't leave my side. Thank you for pulling out those bullets and fixing me up."
Do I look like I have time for idle chit-chat?
You're welcome, little buddy.
Another glorious day in the U.S. Army.
Inside a casino and shot up the place.
Freaking love that
I
dude.
escorted him home, plugged him back into his battery charger port, and helped him sober up the next day. Poor fella had 6 bullet holes in his processor housing. I fixed him up and gave him a brand new shine and went along my way. Here's to you, Pierre.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and we don't have a pit boy anymore. We have a pit pad. Yeah, we've made some minor alterations. Hey, Day, welcome back. Welcome back. You'd made some recommendations for mods, but you left before I could ask you for help with them. I don't know how to install those mods that you recommended. They don't have the vortex option. They only have a manual option, but it doesn't tell me what files I need, and I don't understand modding well enough to be able to understand what I'm looking at. Those birds look like small osprey. They might be. I don't know. I'm not sure what the birds are. I haven't actually looked into them. But yeah, so what we're doing here is we are building. This is gonna be an Minutemen R&R complex. A Minutemen R&R facility. So we're gonna have, I'm gonna be putting artillery in all 4 corners. And then I'm gonna put guard posts with rocket sentries. So that way we'll have an armed patrolling guard here. And then that building down there, I'm turning into a security outpost. Down here, you can see we got the planters things. So we're gonna be planting all of the crops on this floor. We got the red lights, bunk beds, and lockers. So this will be the sleeping quarters. Red lights, so that way, regardless of day or night, people can be asleep. This room, I'm going to turn into an indoor gym. I'm also going to put an indoor pool in this facility. This big area, I'm going to turn into a dining / MWR facility. For those that don't know, MWR is morale, welfare, and recreation. So it's kind of like a hangout space for soldiers when they're not on duty.
Can heal any wounded soul. I remember when I was down and out at the...
And then, I know Dusty Dude's talking. So this first room I'm going to show you is where I'm going to be putting the infirmary. I'm going to be building an infirmary here. And the next room I'm going to show you after this one is going to be the workshop / armory armory area.
Must have been something to see a movie on a screen
I was
that
on
big.
one hell of a losing streak. Just bet my last handful of bottle caps
Boom.
on the game of blackjack. Just as I realized I lost it all, I heard this strange robot flipping his lid about not being allowed to gamble since he was indeed a machine. He shot the whole place up while going on some rant about being alive and not being a robot. Strangest thing I ever seen a robot do, I tell you what. After the commotion was through, it was just me and the drunken robot, staring each other down, eye to eye. Or should I say, eye to lens. Then he blew sparks all over the place and started leaking fluid everywhere. He then ran out of the place so fast I could barely keep my eye on him. I just stood there for a minute in awe of everything that just happened. Then the law showed up and blamed the entire incident on me. I was thrown in jail that evening, just couldn't believe my luck. As I lay there in my dirty, rust-covered cell, I heard a familiar voice coming through the barred window of my cell. Turns out, it was that same robot who shot up the Sierra Madre casino. He was carrying a case of Sunset sarsaparilla in one arm and a bomb in the other. He belched out some nonsense I couldn't understand, then sparks flew out of his bullet holes as he winded up and threw the bomb he was carrying at my cell window, and boom! I woke up in the middle of the desert, being dragged into some cave by a strange robotic hombre. He told me he was sorry I got caught up in the middle of what happened, and gave me a sarsaparilla and a briefcase. I opened the briefcase, and lo and behold, it was filled with caps. He then started to whistle a catchy tune. Kinda sounded like this.
Okay, let's get caught up on chat now that Dusty Dude's done talking. You can click manual and it should take Vortex over. It doesn't. I click manual and it lists everything. And then I have to pick and choose what to download. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Maybe they changed something. Maybe I think the most likely thing is I just don't know what I'm doing and I'm doing something wrong. But when I click manual on the Commonwealth cleanup mod specifically, it sends me to another page. It's just a list of mod files that I can download individually. But I don't know what I need, what I don't need, any of that stuff. So like that's super confusing. And then I've got another mod that I really like to use to experiment. I would really like to. It turns every NPC in the game into an AI so that I could speak to them and they'll respond according to what I'm saying to them. But I don't know how to do that either because I have to do something about an API key and I don't know what the fuck that is. I know it has 4 different website sources that I could use. I just don't know what an API key is. So that's another major problem. How many people live in your settlement? Currently none. I build the settlement first, and then once the settlement's built, then I start assigning people to jobs. Like, for example, we're going to have 4 artillery people, minimum. We're going to have 1 guard, probably make that because I have rank badges and patches unlocked. So these will probably be privates and specialists running the guns, and they'll probably be a staff sergeant equivalent walking around in between these folks here, patrolling this. So I know I'll have to have that. I'm gonna probably do something similar to, let's see here. I don't like the way that looks. So what'll probably happen here is I'll take these and I'll probably form like a cook pit in the middle, which means I'll have to have people assigned to these.
This is Dusty Dude.
So yeah,
You're listening to Tumbleweed Tunes. Much obliged.
I'll probably do a cook pit, so that'll be another 4 people there. I'm gonna have the infirmary. The infirmary is gonna have a doctor at least at minimum assigned in there. I'm gonna have probably 3 to 5 security forces. So what are we up to? 7, 11, 13. So we're up to 13 people just so far in the jobs. That doesn't include the regular Minutemen that I'm gonna have off duty, that are also going to deal with growing the food. So, yeah, 13 that I can think of right out the gate. The little helicopter play thing is looking at... Oh, the helicopter... Oh, the vertibird. Yeah. Matter of fact, can I build the thing to put that properly out yet? Let's see. I know I have something to that effect, too. I just don't remember where. And I am going to be doing, like, stupid levels of detail. For example, you know, putting out a tarot card set, maybe putting out some, like, there we go, putting the backpacks in the lockers and stuff. So, like, I am going to go pretty in-depth on that. I am missing something. And I don't like the fact that I'm missing something. I don't remember where it's at, though. I know I have one. Miscellaneous, maybe?
Hell yeah. I like that. Hope y'all like it too. I take pride in it every time it plays. Reminds me of when I took contract out on the biggest bounty in New Vegas. He was a hootin' and a hollerin' when I dragged his mischievin' ass back into the sheriff's office. He was sighted shooting a fella at the cemetery of Good Springs. I sure as cow shit caught that vermin. Made him confess, and they locked his lollygagging ass up. He wasn't too happy. Said he'd get me when he got out. Well, I'm still waiting for you, you greasy turkey neck sucking son of a gun. Maybe you learned it wouldn't be too beneficial to your health for you to kick up my dust again. If you do, I'll bury you next to my whiskey shack in my backyard. This next song is a fair warning for you, Benny.
This thing is so big. I can't place it anywhere. If I can get it placed... That's super unfortunate. I have to figure out how to place this, because it is larger than I anticipated. Damn, and I can't destroy this fucking structure. Maybe I can't place it. Maybe I just don't have enough space at the settlement. But anyways, this is a helipad for it. I don't have the space to be able to place it, apparently, because it's not highlighting anywhere. It's fucking massive. I don't have the space for it. Oh well. Back where we left off. Yes! Kind of. Kind of. API is something you get to connect your application, your game, to an AI like ChatGPT, where AI does come free for a short time and then charges money. Oh, I'm aware. But it still doesn't change the fact that I don't understand what any of that means or how to do that. I am severely technologically challenged when it comes to computer stuff. My moderator bot was AI, still is, but without paid it becomes stupid. It did run everything on OBS, then track, connect, engage viewers would come up with title descriptions. He's got to shut down camp. Okay, sounds good. No, this is a mod that changes the NPCs in the entire game into AI. And I just really feel like it would change dramatically the experience. In a good way. So that's why I was wanting to do it. I just don't understand it enough to be able to do it. That's my problem. Just like I have a mod on here that's installed, by the way, through Vortex that's not working. It's a mod menu. For example, do you see this? Right? You'll see that it says quick save, save, load, installed, mods, help, settings, quit. Right? That is it. That's all it fucking says. Do you see this? Configurable artillery. The check mark is next to it. It says that it's active. It says that it's installed. Okay. That relies on where is it? So that relies on something that's not even fucking showing up. Quick save. Quit. Let me demonstrate. My mods. So, we go through this list because this is our mods for Fallout 4, right? Mod configuration menu. Enabled. Installed. User interface. Huh. What is it supposed to look like? We go over here. And then we look. And it's supposed to do that. It's installed. It's enabled. But you just saw when I was in the game, that does not display. I can't access the artillery configurations unless I can access the mod configurations. And the mod configurations, which is installed, is enabled through Vortex, isn't accessible or working. And I have several mods that I've tried that have this same exact problem, where I can put them into Vortex, I can download them through Vortex, I can enable them in Vortex, and they still don't fucking work. And I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. Click deploy mods. Are they not all deployed? Does the enabled not mean deployed? So you're saying that that was all I needed to do to fix the problem? If that was really all I needed to do, man. See, this is why I need help with mods. I don't understand how it, like, any of it. Let's see it. Still not there. So yeah, the mod configuration menu is still not available. And like I said, it's we'll go to it again. Open a Nexus. And then look, yeah. It's supposed to do that. So this is the problem that I run into with a lot of these mods, is that it gives me this, and then the other problem that it gives me, and I'll show you while you're here. Commonwealth cleanup. No, you sent me a specific link. Commonwealth cleanup. Let's go. Okay. So, here we are. So I go to manual, right? Manual. And then it sends me to this shit. I don't fucking know what I'm supposed to download. Do I download each and every single one of these independent files? Why the fuck isn't there just a Vortex button? I don't understand what any of this means. Something you have similar is either coming up before or interrupting a mod. That is where you need to check the mod first and it doesn't work with other mods. Mod configuration menu. About, features, details, installation requirements. Fallout script extender, which I do have. And that's it. There is nothing here telling me that it interferes with anything else. I have the script extender, which that's how, when I'm in here, it's this thing right here. And that's how I start the game, is I start through the script extender. But like there's a bunch of fucking mods like this where it's like I install them, they don't work. And I'm positive that it's something that I'm doing wrong. I just don't know what I'm doing wrong. And then we've got other mods, again, like the one you had recommended, where I don't have a Vortex fucking option to download, and it just lists every goddamn file, and I don't know what I'm supposed to be installing. I don't understand any of this at all. mod manager is Vortex. You have to download parts as its file divided by 4 or 5 files that will. So do I have to download every single fucking one of these? All these miscellaneous files too? Holy shit, man. That's a fucking lot. So I have to download all the main files. And then we've got the optional files. And then we've got the miscellaneous file. That is so many. Just to be able to delete things. And um, what was the name of that damn mod? Mantel. This is the AI mod. In your version, part 1 and part 2. But which part 1? Which part 2? Because they've got part 1 PRP version 0.69, and then we've just got part 2. And then we've got, same with the part 1 and part 1 version 0.69. Like, which version? See, this is the type of shit where I'm just like, they need to be clear. I want them and need them to be fucking crystal clear on this shit. Or somehow make this so that it's, you don't have to be a tech expert to understand what the fuck they're writing here. That would be nice. Like, the vortex button's really nice. I just pushed a button, it downloads the thing, and it's supposed to work in theory. Not that it actually works that way, but hey, it gives me the illusion that it works that easily. Only you know your game version? I don't know my game version. I have no idea what my game version is. Whatever the current version is, I don't know what version that is. I literally just bought the Fallout Game of the Year edition. I'm not kidding when I say I'm super technologically challenged. See, this is where we're like, it's moments like this where I'm just like, man, if I just had a friend that was a computer tech expert person that was in driving distance, I could be like, hey, bro, I will pay for your gas. Just fix this for me. But I don't know how to do that shit. About menu. Okay, so open the game and go to the about menu. I still don't know why this isn't working. Do you know why that's not working? It's enabled. The mod menu thing, right? Mod menu. We have the script extender. Alright, let's go to the game and see. So in the about, huh? Okay. In the about menu, right click and choose properties. Oh, so not in the game. Properties. It's not telling me anything. Doesn't list a version. Not the script editor when you open the real one. What do you mean, not script editor, real one? What are we talking about? This is the Fallout 4. Okay, you need to go to the installed folder. Library? Maybe? It doesn't tell me where it's at. Location's not an option here, so... We've got add to favorites, add to, manage and properties. We don't have location. Program, okay. I can do that. Okay, so C, program 86, common. Okay. Steam. I don't see Steam apps here. So what if we went here? There's Steam apps. And then Fallout 4 still nothing. Common? There we go. So the common is... Okay. I was looking at the address wrong. My bad. Alright, so Fallout 4. Found it. Thank you. Fallout 4, you said find the .exe file. I'm pretty sure that this is it here. It's the application. But I don't see application. Yeah, but it doesn't tell me the version. Application.exe, size, description, Fallout 4, details maybe? There it is. Product version 1.10.984.0. Is that it right there? I appreciate you helping me out on this day. Thank you. I know it's probably like super stressful. You're probably like, this dumb motherfucker. I know. I know. I feel that way too when I have to deal with electronics. Okay, go back and play your game. I will send you info on Discord. Okay. Okay. Yeah, cause like I said, I sincerely just like I have no idea what I'm doing. I just know that whatever it is that I'm doing it wrong. Cause like that menu should freaking work. And it makes me mad that it's not working. But as far as like my version goes, like I know that I did the Fallout Game of the Year edition and I have the next gen patch update thing that they did. So like all their official stuff, like I'm up to date on that. So yeah, I'm up to date on all of those things. I don't know where to find the version stuff numbers. So it's not like other games where it puts it down in the bottom right corner over there. There we go.
Dusty dude. Nice to make your acquaintance. Here's a song for you, amigo.
I think you might have older mods installed. Your version came out last year. Ah! Okay, so then I have to find different versions of mods. Okay. Thank you. Well, how do I tell what version I have and what version the mods are for? Because I still don't know how to... Was that random series of numbers the version number?
Oh, man. I reckon that one is... Well, I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did playing it. I'm all by my lonesome here, but in spirit, I'm not alone. I have you fellow cowpokes here to listen to me ramble on about God knows what, and play this here old guitar. Not entirely sure which of us is older, me or the guitar.
The mod menu thing, you need to uninstall the version you have and install the beta version. Open it again. It's the second download. Look for your version number. Okay. So, quick save. See, I'm used to, like, video games, if they have version numbers, they have them in the bottom right corner of the main menu. And this one doesn't. Alright, so, you said mod configuration, which I think is still open, correct? Mod configuration. Mod. One year ago. Okay. German, French, translations. 3 years ago. Italian. Spanish. Chinese. So apparently, launch. Okay. In Vortex, uninstall. Okay. But is it on a different page? Oh, I see what happened. I understand. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to Remove and delete archive. Remove. And then we are gonna go here, and you said to do the beta to the 1.4. So mod manager download. Download. Okay. Let's see. Oh shit. You guys can't see this. There you go. And there's only one file to download. There's... Yeah. So you're saying I had this version. And I just needed this version instead. Correct? Yeah, see, I didn't actually select which one I wanted. What I did was I saw this, and I went, ah, cool, Vortex. And whatever Vortex downloaded, that's what Vortex downloaded. I didn't actually select the version that I downloaded. Vortex handled it. Okay, next. Well, let's see if that works. $24. I need to see what this introduction capability like to use. You can use. I'm working on a patch for settlement, but it works. It doesn't. Oh wait. Versions, brambles, one more, no more twigs. I'll have to go back. I'm gonna. Now that I understand that a little bit better now. Okay, so files, and then I'm gonna need. Which one do I need? The. I guess the newer one, right? What is PRP version? What is a PRP? There are two versions available at each location. One breaks pre-combines slash but it's more compatible with other mods that alter the location, and the other is designed to be used with pre-visibility repair pack and the main file and the non-miscellaneous, but you really should be using. Okay, and what do you do? Full rebuild program uses shrine dedication location should comparatively relevant should increase frames per second compared to vanilla game. Also includes relevant bug glitches not already handled by unofficial Fallout. Okay, requires season pass, all main DLC, which I have. Requirements: Game of the Year edition as current, a free CC that the game will NG hard requirements using respective NG plugins. Old space finds this season pass DLC that comes with the Game of the Year edition is a hard requirement regardless of version, which I have. I have that, so we're cool. Stage front cover feature unofficial installation. If you are modding, refer to the Midnight Right. Instead, it covers the necessary functionality to the game. Mods included, permissions, equivalent, translations, FAQ. Okay, what is PRP? Xbox support. I'm getting a flickering. I have a mod that isn't patch supported. Candles toast. Are there any known incompatibilities with this mod? Currently, due to meshes not yet into Horizon mod. Okay. The full PRP mod built is using enhanced settlements. It's using... Okay, Frost has its own work for PRP called Frost Sells Fixes. Recommended installation guide there. Desperados Overhaul. Okay, Commonwealth Restoration Project. Overgrowth, not mine. Okay. This sounds like I'm gonna have to uninstall Uninstall certain things and reinstall other things in order to make all of that work. Okay. That's gonna take a fresh start. But anyways, this Mantella thing, if anyone knows how to use this freaking thing, I would love for like tutorial on this damn thing, because I don't know how to set the AI up or what the difference between the 4 choices of AIs are. But that one's I'll find you a vendor. What exactly do you expect from this mod? Clean up the junk stuff, delete. I want to be able to delete everything everywhere. Well, I know I need another mod for everywhere, but like, for example, at the drive-in theater, I would like to be able to delete the drive-in diner. I would like to be able to delete the giant movie theater screen, right? I would like to be able to delete those things. There's another place. Spectacle Island has items that glitch from the original destroyed buildings on the island, that are there, like they're providing a wall for you so you can't get onto it. But the flip side is that you can't delete it, move it, do anything like that. So you just have like this random piece of roof or this random piece of floor that's just like, it's there. The game acknowledges it's there, but you can't interact with it. The castle, it has debris on the ground from where the castle walls were broken. I'd like to be able to delete the rubble. I found out the mod that I actually use on PC, on Xbox, is called Scrap That Commonwealth. And it's fantastic. It really, truly is. Except for it's console exclusive. So I was like, God damn. So I'm trying to find something to replace that. Because, like, because of the amount of time I spent in the military, I also know how fucking much everyone pays attention to detail and cleanliness. So, like, having a military faction, regardless if you're Brotherhood of Steel or Minutemen, and you not having a fucking immaculate area bothers the crap out of me. So that's why it's like, I need to be able to scrap everything. If I can't scrap everything, then I'm gonna have things that just are pet peeve. Stay away from that one. Are you talking about this one, the Mantella? Or are you talking about one of the previous ones, the Commonwealth cleanup and the PRP one? Commonwealth cleanup and Big Junk Remix version 4. Okay. Deleting those items can break your game as they are debug and files linked to other things. Which is weird because you can delete them on PC. I mean, on a console with no problems. I do it all the time. I literally have nothing at my settlements. It's flat, it's clean, it's smooth, and then I build from those on console. So it's wild to me that they don't have that as an option for PC that's supposed to be capable of doing so much more. I don't understand that. Let's see here. You might want to get reloads where people fix up the crap, and the other one, oh, clean up come. But do they fix the items, like the buildings and shit? Do they fix it to the point where it looks clean and new? Again, pet peeve of mine, I know. So silly. It's apocalyptic wasteland. Why would you want it to be clean and new? Don't you want it to look like it fits in? Yes. But I am, like, super particular about cleanliness. You know? Professionalism. It fucking matters to me. Delete everything, scrap everything. I think I have the scrap everything, don't I? I don't know if I have it here or if I put it on the game itself. I know I had it at one point. I got the total trash removal, which doesn't work. Pet pad, howitzer. Voices, no hatred, artillery configurations. I might have put it in the game itself. Let's see. Let's see if that worked. Let me write some of these down too. Big Junk Remix. Ha! It did work! Thank you. Ooh, ho, 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 ho. Here we go. Minimum range. Okay, so yeah, we're just gonna have to delete everything, scrap everything, zero salvage. Having similar programs will glitch. Two delete programs will cause them not to work. Okay. So I have to be mindful of that. Man, that's gonna take forever. I will fuck with that later. Oh, this is so freaking cool. That's awesome. Okay, so here we go. It's scrap. Now the issue is flipping through objects still won't work. Fix cannot put point at cause. Anyways, this scrap one, this cleaning one. Oh, I didn't enable my APC. APC. Make sure that was the only thing. So yeah. So then I need to delete scrap and then delete the trash one. And then put the... Probably check the delete. Let's see. Delete. Everything. Scrap. Everything. Zero. Salvage patch. That's for the Commonwealth cleanup in the Big Junk Remix version 4. Oh, so if I have both of those, it'll create a clash? Is what you're saying? I know there's a delay, so I'm like... I know that you're hearing a conversation from responses from me later than I've said them, and I know some time's passed by the time I'm seeing your responses, so due to... I don't know how well you guys can see it, but there's a scar right there. Buttstock to the head during a operation, so traumatic brain injury. So I forget quite often where I'm at, as far as like conversation goes, like what I'm doing conversation wise. So, um, look for a vortex, commonwealth, and big jump. Okay, okay, version 4. Okay, let me make that adjustment here. Okay, I have all of those written down. I do want to do a little bit more building here, and then I'm gonna mess with those. I don't know if I'll mess with those right now because there is a part of me that wants to do it. But there's a part of me also that's like, man, I made so much fucking progress already. I don't feel like restarting this progress if I have to change the mods. Because the clean and smooth mod I'm using currently, as you can tell, like, fixes things. Because, like, usually that arm is all broken down. And the water's not over there. The water's dead center of the building. So, if it alters what I've built, I don't want to destroy what I've done. So I'll mess with those afterwards. Do I have the flag yet? Not bright enough. You can't have the flag displayed at night unless it is illuminated and the weather permits. That flag is upside down. That is really not okay. And there we go. Properly illuminated. Make sure they all swing in the correct direction. Yep, they all swing in the correct direction. Now, nope, save. If it wasn't a klaxon, I would use it. But it's a klaxon and I don't want it rotating, I just want it on. I don't like that. Huh. I guess I don't have the spotlights that go on the wall. I only have the turret ones. I think I only have the turret ones. Gates, neon, miscellaneous. Let's double check. Track light. Okay. So yeah, I only have the track light. Oh yeah, fuck, I forgot. I need to finish with the lighting. So what I'm going to do here with these planter boxes, so each mud fruit plant produces one food. However, that's not all of the space in the planter boxes. So what I'll probably end up doing is putting tomatoes on one side, grain on another side, or corn. Tomatoes and corn. Ooh, that's what we're going to do. So we're going to go... That'll look good. Okay, so I'll put the tomatoes and the corn together with the mud fruit, and then I'll put the corn and the melons with the ooh man, there's so many to choose from. I need the mud fruit for immersion reasons because if you look, I know it's kind of hard to see right now. Let's see, did this get fixed? No, it didn't. So you can see the trees, right? That provides a backdrop if anyone needs to shoot through those windows so they don't silhouette themselves in the windows. So that's why we're putting the trees up there next to the windows, because it provides a backdrop to be able to hide defenders popping their head up and taking pop shots. So that's the purpose for them. The inside ones, I can mess around with those and change those around, but I really think that the trees are going to look best. And if I need to adjust the music at any point, let me know. As far as like volume goes. And we do have some storytelling ones. They tell horror stories and scary stories. We do have some of those installed as well, if anyone wants some scary stories instead of music. Let's finish getting our lighting down. Uh, and most of the other radio stations are copyrighted. Which I figured as soon as I started hearing the lyrics and it wasn't instrumental. Quick save. Ooh. You don't go there. You should go there. Where got messed up? You're the one that doesn't belong. Okay. This one. Skip. This one. Skip. This one. Nope. Quick save. Okay. So let's pull this one. So what happened with these is that I sunk them too far into the ceiling, so they don't provide maximum illumination. That was the problem with some of these, so we got to pull those ones out. See? So if you're putting lights up ever, and you're like, man, that sure shit doesn't provide as much illumination as it should. You might be sinking it too far into whatever attachment you're putting it on. So you can see how there's a bright spot directly behind it on the ceiling there. And you see how this one doesn't have that bright spot directly behind it on the ceiling, in between the light and the ceiling, but that one does. This one is sunk in too deep. That's how you can visually see it, is if there's not that reflective glow behind it on the ceiling, right? So pull this one down, and we'll get more out of our lighting. See, now we have that reflective glow. So that's how you can just quickly glance and look and see which ones, if any, need to be adjusted, because they won't have the reflective glow. Saves on having to check on each individual one when you can just quickly glance and look. Okay, now then, get these backdrops all put up. Woo, I ran out of space. All right, so we're coming along. So yeah, I think we're gonna do the razor grain like this in between the middle area. Trees on the outside. Maybe I'll alternate. Like tomatoes, corn, right? Maybe. Okay. All right, that one's done. We need more razor grain. I ran out. Okay, so we got those. Now let's do the Oh, wait, wrong one. Actually, that is the correct one. This is the wrong one. It skips one. Every other one. There we go. Lucky, lucky, lucky. We ran out of corn. But we're putting together a proper garden up in here. And there we go. Science lemon. All right, so see what we got going on here, right? And then what I'm going to do, because we got all this real estate down below, we can put the gourds here and the melons. So we can alternate gourds and melons. And then here, we can start putting carrots. So then we're growing every single crop in the game. And every Minuteman can take his or her time working with the planter box of their choosing, right? And allows them to like relax but feel like they're still contributing in a low stress way and in a way that is genuinely helping feed their fellow comrades. And they also gives them confidence as to, I know where this food came from because I fucking helped grow it, you know? And that helps with a lot of peace of mind, especially when you're talking about clean eating, healthy eating, things of that nature. So yeah, yeah. It's coming along quite nicely. Let's see what that looks like from the outside now. Coming along quite nicely. That flag is well illuminated. Still gotta figure out something to do with these cooking stuff. Let's finish building out that garden. You know what? I don't know why I'm doing it that way. It's taking too long to do it that way. Oops. I need more corn, which means I'll need more tomatoes, so why don't we just go like this? Configuration, items, amount of 8 items. What are we at? We're at 50? Let's go 500. Oh shit, we need to actually do the food now. Shit, I did it again. And I did it here. Okay. We have a pattern, and we must maintain said pattern. Okay. Skip a plot, skip a plot, skip a plot. There we go. Now we're alternating properly. Okay. And there we go. The corn is done. I'm playing New Vegas. Nice. Very nice. Welcome in, by the way. Welcome in. How are you liking New Vegas? We got Dusty Dude on our radio talking to us about his time that he spent in New Vegas. It's pretty damn fun. I just got finished killing Benny 57 ways. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. So, what ending are you going to go with on New Vegas? And what are you playing it on? PC or console? Yeah, do you know what faction you're going to be siding with, Nightlight Studios? Out of curiosity? There we go. We did finish that one. Good, good, good. Got all those squared away. See, and we got the open windows too, so that the plants actually are getting direct natural sunlight. Which is pretty important for plant growth. You can use there's artificial lights you can use too, but like in this post-apocalyptic setting, other than the Institute, I don't know that anybody else would be able to have access to that type of stuff or understand really how that stuff works. I mean, we are talking about a universe where they think the sport of baseball is people running around with bats that are called swatas and beating each other to death. So, like, grow lights might be a little bit advanced beyond these people's understanding and capabilities. You know? Maybe. Maybe. You're one that needs to be pulled out. Okay, so the melon is not going there, it looks like. Can I put the melon with you? Oh shit, I can. What about the gourd? Can I fit the gourd here? Why will you not sit? Can can the gourds go? Oh, the gourds can't. Okay. So I'm gonna have to pull all of them out. It's the corn that's causing the problem. That's so funny. Of course it's fucking corn causing problems. Because if I pull... Man, that's how we're gonna have to do it. Weird. Sure, we'll pretend that that's the way that one works. Oh, come on. There we go. We're gonna see how that one goes. Alright, so we gotta plant all the razor green again. And we get carrots all planted. And we'll plant this corn here in the corner. I mean, the carrot here in the corner. Go. And the final piece. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, let's see. How many more of these can we get to actually stick? It's popping up on the corn ones, but it's not popping up on the tato ones, where I actually want them. This is where that place everything mod comes into play. Okay, let's try a gourd. Okay, so I guess the food's done for now. There we go. Those are dress right dress. Okay. Good enough for government work. All right, we'll get to decorating all of this later. So we got our lighting. Quick save. Now then. I like it being that short. But if I pull it, man, I almost want it to be one more length longer. Okay. So if I want it to be one more length longer, how many squares do we need? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I need it to be 6 squares. If I make it 6 squares, that ruins the symmetry. But what if I made a separate room? That's what we're doing. We're making a separate room. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't need to do it that way. I can literally what if if I expand? If I expand by 1. Okay, now then. I can go like this. Wait a second. That said foundation. Are you telling me what I think you're telling me? You are telling me what I think you're telling me. It's not a very deep pool, though. Nope. Let's build it out first, and then we'll reset the foundation. Doors, don't you? Nope. I want to push it out even further. Gym's getting an expansion. Yep, yep. It's getting its whole full bore expansion. I don't know that that's enough. Let's check. Well, I mean, we did build this entire expanded area. All right. One more foundation. Let's get it. See, somebody should make a mod now for Fallout New Vegas where, like, Dusty Dude just randomly is an NPC you can run across doing random shit like he's talking about. I think that'd be so funny. One, two. So why don't we go like this? Have they made an A? They have. Yes, they have. I just don't know how to use it. But yeah, they have one. All right, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if we're gonna go 10. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. So 3, 1. 3, 1. No. I just picked up Sentinel armor that's following me around. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, that's a fun. Hold on, Dusty. Okay, now let me get caught back up on. He's a companion. He followed me home. I have plug-in fit point access his inventory. Yeah, it's you know the Iron Maiden. Oh, sorry, not Iron Maiden. Uh, Iron Man episode where he like put an AI system in his power armor. That's essentially what you have. Okay, now. Actually, you know what? Okay, so what if I did that and then added cool. Cool, 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 cool. Dirty water, huh? Okay. Can I put it underneath? No, I... Weird. Okay. And there we go. We officially got a swimming pool. There we go. So now I got to put lights in there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to build the deck out to the rest of this wall. And then all this in here will be the gym area. But there is a proper freaking swimming pool now. Is Preston drowning? He shouldn't be. I think the water might be interfering. Yep, the water's interfering. Okay. So, we have to put the water in after we do the lights. All right. 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. Please stick with me through the break. As a matter of fact, because we got Dusty Dude. No. Get the break screen. So that way people coming in can know that we're coming right back. So, 1 second, folks. I will be right back. All right, let's get back to it.
folks, I think I might rest my eyes here while these next pre-recorded songs play. And don't you worry, I'm not falling asleep, just resting my eyes. I'll have plenty of time to sleep when I'm dead.
So you can see the crack in the wall right here, and it goes up and over and across, right? I'm kind of like lining everything up to this point, so that way the light placement is symmetrical and evenly placed. Okay.
This is Dusty Dude, and I wanted to thank you for listening to Tumbleweed Tunes. Much obliged.
And now we have a well-lit swimming pool. There we go. There we go. Whee! Can I use these stairs? No, I can't. Okay. Hmm. Can you notice it? You kind of can. Hmm. It should be fine, right? All right, seats. We can see clearly who's drowning now. Exactly, see? Safety. Safety first. Preston going for a swim. Hey, got the pool done, nice. Yep, almost. See, like, I demand a lot from... I demand and expect a lot from my Minutemen. As a result, they get luxuries. That's the trade-off. I think that's a fair trade, personally. Actually, I might rip another door out. I mean, another wall out and put another... Hell, I might do that on both. Preston, that's not how you use that. There you go. That's awesome. Alright, so yeah, we're ripping some more walls out. I think most Wastelanders living in the Commonwealth during this time period would absolutely join up in the Minutemen if they knew there was this level of fucking benefits just waiting for them. I mean, how many factions can be like, hey, we'll give you access to a pool with purified water in it just to fucking swim? We're gonna end up making the ground floor into like a fully functional gym too, with the bench press and the fuck, what's it called? Pommel horse. That's what it's called. Pommel horse. So maybe we are straightening these out. YMCA. Well, I would like to think of it more as MWRs. So, those who have not served in the United States military may not be familiar with that term. It's called morale, welfare, and recreation. And what it is they have these facilities through this organization, which is still controlled by the government.
This is Dusty Dude.
Hold on.
And I wanted to thank you for listening to Tumbleweed Tunes. Much obliged.
And what they do is they provide relaxation. And the way that they do that is they do it with like family trips, singles trips, right? Going to sightseeing to various different locations around the world or the country that you're in, depending on where you're stationed. They also have like workshops where people can go and like rest, relax, have fun, learn some new hobbies, indulge in some interests, right? It's a really cool program. Anyways, it's a really cool program. They also usually coordinate with like the USO to like get celebrities and athletes and people like that involved. But it's exclusively for the troops on active duty, and it's to help maintain their mental well-being and their emotional well-being so that they can continue to function and perform their duties as soldiers. Because you can only ask a soldier to do soldier work for so long before it breaks them entirely mentally. And that's kind of where the morale, welfare, and recreation centers come into play, and why you will find them on every single United States military outpost or base. And there's also massive gyms. The massive gyms are kind of a big deal.
My best words of wisdom comes from a fella named Mr. Wayne. Life is hard, but it's even harder if you're stupid.
Oh, you know what? There it is. And then we can go all the way back here. Wall decorations, flags. These are all from the radio mod. I just want the Minuteman flags. There we go. I love that shelf, by the way. Check that out. Let's look at it in a little bit more
You ask
detail.
me, freedom's always worth fighting for.
So you got a fat man, and look, they got beers loaded in where the mini nuke goes. Gwinnett Stout, right? And then you've got rum, bourbon, wines, whiskeys, vodka, all inside of a fat man mounted on the wall. And there we go. Let's see what else we got. Flag-wise.
I heard a rumor that if you eat Mirelurk cakes, you can hold your breath underwater for long periods of time. I never did try this, but one of these days I shall give it a go. I reckon it's the condensed oxygen cells inside the Mirelurk creatures that allows them to live This song goes out to a sweet cowgirl who makes the best soup in Boston. Much obliged, Agatha. You're
All right,
one
let's
cool
try this again.
gal. Keep on playing that fiddle.
I mean, I'll use the water fountain if I have to. I don't want to, though. I want to use... I just don't freaking remember where it's at. There it is.
This is Dusty Dude, and you're listening to Tumbleweed Tunes. Much obliged.
What else do we want to put in here? None of those.
Tell you what, folks, I love to gain new wisdom about Boston. Such an interesting place compared to the Mojave wasteland. I love to learn, but I live for wisdom. Knowledge comes from learning. Wisdom comes from living. So true, don't you think?
I don't like harping on the Minutemen General, blah 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 blah, right? I don't like harping on that factor.
Well, hello there, cowboys. I'm your host, Dusty Dude, and I have some wild tales about the time I spent in New Vegas. But we'll jump on that horse a little further down the trail. First, I wanted to humbly thank you for tuning in to Tumbleweed Tunes, brought to you via satellite from Old World Radio. Much obliged.
Yeah, I wish that didn't clip as much as that does. Same with that one. If it didn't clip as much, that would be really freaking cool. They just clip into the freaking walls. Let's see what posters we got. Ranger Dave. Tumbleweed Tunes.
that song very dear to my heart. Brings me back to when I witnessed a herd of deathclaws heading out towards Quarry Junction. I first caught sight of those evil demons when leading a pack of Brahmin out of the Good Springs to trade with my amigo Doc Mitchell. Weary from my travels, I set up camp for the night. Well, as I lay there, feeling the warmth of the fire, deep in thought while staring up at the Mojave stars, I started to feel the ground tremble beneath my boots. At first I thought it was an earthquake, but then I heard the snarl and growl of distant foul beasts. I grabbed and looked through my telescope, and lo and behold, there they were, an entire herd of deathclaws, evil demons. I packed up my belongings as quick as a rabbit on fire and got the hell out of Dodge. Those were the days. Here's another tune for you folks.
So, like, the gyms that the military had all had, like, propaganda posters, like morale-boosting posters, right? Like that whole, we're the best, we're the strongest, the toughest, rah, 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 right? Or it would have training materials. Man, I didn't realize that this radio mod added so fucking much. Every single one of the radio stations that it added tons of decor. That's actually Sam Elliott. That's pretty dope. Is that one of the copyrighted ones? Yeah, it is. Damn. I wish that wasn't copyrighted. Christopher Walken is freaking awesome. There we go. This is the type of stuff. You starve while we feed him. No, fuck that. War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. Holy crap, that was cut right out of the 40K universe. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. Tell me more about the Empire of Mankind from 40K on Terra. Save the Commonwealth, free the Sense-Ots when you side with the railroad.
Howdy, folks.
Kill the
You're
Sense.
listening to Tumbleweed Tunes with your host, Dusty Dude. I got a story to tell you through this here guitar. There may not be any words spoken in the English language, or any language that I can muster, but the message is understood simply by listening. Not by learning a new language or knowing the one you already understand, just by listening.
A good citizen shuts up and works hard for the Minutemen. Man, they really can. I like these posters. You can really decorate in any playthrough. Only we can stop the instance to join the Minutemen today. Water equals life. These water purifiers are the basis of our economy. Protect them with your life. For the Commonwealth, Preston Garvey. Protecting the people at a minute's notice. Minutemen. The whole world should learn of our peaceful ways by force. Obey the general. Join the Minutemen. We are the Commonwealth's last hope. Trust no one. Anyone can be a synth. Peace, love, unity, Minutemen. The streets shall flow with the blood of anyone who opposes our peace efforts.
I just read a letter here from Pierre, the host of the French Connection out of New Vegas. He just told me he quit drinking and is working on his gambling addiction. The letter says, "Thank you, dude. You were there when I was at my worst and didn't leave my side. Thank you for pulling out those bullets and fixing me up." Oh, you're welcome, little buddy. I was there for him when he lost his cool inside a casino and shot up the place. I escorted him home, plugged him back into his battery charger port, and helped him sober up the next day. Poor fella had 6 bullet holes in his processor housing. I fixed him up and gave him a brand new shine and went along my way. Here's to you, Pierre.
Episode 4 of the... I do gotta listen to those story radio stations at some point. See if the stories are any good. Alright, so let's go back to the propaganda pieces, because those were actually pretty fucking hilarious. I don't know. How much of an asshole do we want to be with the Minutemen? Because, like, there's some real options there, you know? Railroad are idiots. So I won't put anything that works with them. We could kill the synths. We killed the synths. You know what? I know what we're gonna do. What do you think on that? War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. Well, the ignorance and strength, that's self-explanatory. If you're ignorant of things, you can't be persuaded by or corrupted by other things. So that I get. War is peace. War is peace.
This next guitar lick can heal any wounded soul. I remember when I was down and out at the Sierra Madre Casino. I was on one hell of a losing streak. Just bet my last handful of bottle caps on a game of blackjack. Just as I realized I lost it all, I heard this strange robot flipping his lid about not being allowed to gamble since he was indeed a machine. He shot the whole place up while going on some rant about being alive and not being a robot. Strangest thing I ever seen a robot do, I tell you what. After the commotion was through, it was just me and the drunken robot, staring each other down, eye to eye. Or should I say, eye to lens. Then he blew sparks all over the place and started leaking fluid everywhere. He then ran out of the place so fast I could barely keep my eye on him. I just stood there for a minute in awe of everything that just happened. Then the law showed up and blamed the entire incident on me. I was thrown in jail that evening. Just couldn't believe my luck. As I lay there in my dirty, rust-covered cell, I heard a familiar voice coming through the barred window of my cell. Turns out, it was that same robot who shot up the Sierra Madre casino. He was carrying a case of Sunset sarsaparilla in one arm and a bomb in the other. He belched out some nonsense I couldn't understand, then sparks flew out of his bullet holes as he winded up and threw the bomb he was carrying at my cell window, and boom! I woke up in the middle of the desert, being dragged into some cave by a strange robotic hombre. He told me he was sorry I got caught up in the middle of what happened, and gave me a sarsaparilla and a briefcase. I opened the briefcase, and lo and behold, it was filled with caps. He then started to whistle a catchy tune. Kind of sounded like this.
Some of these are sank too far into the ceiling. There we go. I think we have festive lights over here, don't we? What color is the neon lights? I mean, the flamingo lights coming out as? I thought that I had Christmas lights somewhere. Let's check the quantum. I actually kind of dig that. What if we did that? Just like this.
This is Dusty Dude, and you're listening to Tumbleweed Tunes. Much obliged.
Okay, so we got those ones. Do we have... Damn, we don't. Look, we got green, red, and white. We don't have a blue. Let's check the other light options and see if there's a blue in there, maybe.
Hell yeah, I like that. Hope y'all like it too. I take pride in it every time it plays. Reminds me of when I took contract out on the biggest bounty in New Vegas. He was a hootin' and a hollerin' when I dragged his mischievin' ass back into the sheriff's office. He was sighted shooting a fella at the cemetery of Good Springs. I sure as cow shit caught that vermin. Made him confess, and they locked his lollygagging ass up. He wasn't too happy. Said he'd get me when he got out. Well, I'm still waiting for you, you greasy turkey neck sucking son of a gun. Maybe you learned it wouldn't be too beneficial to your health for you to kick up my dust again. If you do, I'll bury you next to my whiskey shack in my backyard. This next song is a fair warning for you, Benny.
Oh shit, that's a proper red. Oh, that's a proper red. Cool, we're gonna have to come back to you. Oh, that's a proper red. That's so nice. Okay. Oh, that's so much nicer. Look how much brighter that is. Put those bright ones right next to the door like that. Still really wish that I had a blue variant. I'm not gonna lie, that kind of makes me want to put a wall here.
Well, hello there. I'm Dusty Dude. Nice to make your acquaintance. Here's a song for you, amigo.
I wonder if I can. Quick save. All right. Is it the roof? It's the roof. How does that even look, though? Damn it. All right. I know what I have to do. Wait, but I know what I have to do. All right.
Oh, man. I reckon that one is... Well, I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did playing it. I'm all by my lonesome here, but in spirit, I'm not alone. I have you fellow cowpokes here to listen to me ramble on about God knows what, and play this here old guitar. Not entirely sure which of us is older, me or the guitar.
So we need a new set of stairs now. Too big for the high tech, so let's go vault.
Did you ever have one of those days? You know what I mean? One of
Constitution.
those days you just can't hack it, no matter what you do. No matter how tight the rope is, that bull just snaps it right back in your face. Well, folks, I'm having one of those kind of days. I'm gonna put on autoplay here for the rest of the day and get lost in this here bottle of New Vegas whiskey. See you all on the flip side.
Okay, so if I do it that way, can I still put the pool foundation back there? No, I can't. What can I do? Will concrete go there then? It's the concrete itself that's causing the problem. Okay, so... fuck, how do we do this then? We're gonna go... Let's put the floor back. Can I connect these stairs to it? Do I need a... Hold on. Let's try this. man, oh man, there is a part of me that really wants to use that. And I get this to connect now. It still won't connect. What if I place the door in a different location? So how would we do that? We would do that by doing this. Okay. So then we get this effect. There's that little dip. You have stairs, right? Do you work? It's the sinking of it that's killing it. And if I pull it out a little bit, what is that gonna do? That's going to force me not to put another layer, so I would lose... It would push the gym a little closer together. I don't know that it would be noticeable, though. Because, let's see here, if I do this... The floor's cut a little shorter. But more or less, it lines up.
Dusty here, with yet another word of wisdom. In the end, we only regret the chances we didn't take.
Can I put the pool there and do it, though? I can just do that. I mean, it won't fucking matter. Because now...
there, weary travelers, wasteland wanderers. It's me, Dusty Dude. I'm happy to welcome you to Tumbleweed Tunes. I'll be playing my good old rusty guitar for you ladies and gentlemen, and telling tales of my days in New Vegas. I was a trader, ranch owner, smuggler, and bounty hunter back then. And woo doggy, did I meet some strange folk in my travels. I'll tell you more about that another time. Here's another song for you.
Okay, so this entire row needs to be replaced so we can push these out. Okay. That back row's already been replaced, so we're good on being able to pop those off. The chain link wasn't all facing the same direction. Tomatoes, you're going here. Okay. That one is clear. Okay, so now if I did that, I'll fix the rest of the plots when I know that I'm good. It's fine. It's fine. Ignore the roof. Ignore the roof. Okay. And now we need this. Doors. That way they open away from the stairs. Quick save. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with me. If you guys haven't hit those subscribe and like buttons, do me a favor and click on those real quick.
Well, howdy once again. It's your old friend Dusty Dude here bringing you the best tumbleweed tunes this side of the Commonwealth. Hope you're riding hard and riding strong, folks. Keep it rawhide and weathered, just like me, Dusty Dude.
All right. So during the daytime... Oh, wait, I'm missing the entire fucking center row. Look at that. Ah! Joke's on me. Here, I thought I was like, oh, we're squared away. No, the fuck we are. We missed the entire front row. Or center row. So let's fix that, shall we? Alright, so you're skipping one, and then I'm doing this one. Skipping one, doing this one. Doing this one. Skipping one. Stuck on something. Alright. Let's turn the light off. Let's see the effect. Middle of the night, that's the pool effect. Because we isolated the the bright lights, the white light. This genuinely would probably be like super relaxing at night to come in here and go swimming. That blue calming lights. Fuck yeah. I just need something for the bar illumination. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Okay. We're getting rid of this shit right here. Mm-hmm. I need empty beer bottle. Damn it.
Howdy.
Okay.
This is your host, Dusty Dude. I got a little Western wisdom for you folks out there. If you find yourself in a hole, the first thing to do is stop digging. Can you believe this weather we've been having? Just a few days ago, I walked outside and the sky was green. There was a dense green fog in the air. I'll tell you what, folks, we never had strange weather like this out in New Vegas. Just your occasional sandstorm once in a while. I tell you what, I am not missing those, even though my name is Dusty Dude. Back to the music.
Okay, so if I build it that way, okay, so if I do it that way, can I put the light on it now? Can. But that kind of is too harsh. Hmm. Man, I wish that lighting wasn't so harsh. It'd been so nice to throw on there.
This is Dusty Dude. You're listening to Tumbleweed Tunes. You're probably asking yourself, does he ever sleep? Well, I'll tell you this. I'll get all the sleep I need when I'm dead.
Okay, so let me go like this. Neon. Fucking love it. All right. You think everything else is too harsh, correct?
I swear, folks, if I come across another one of these pesky raiders trying to rob me once again, I will give them everything, including the timed bomb I activate any time I see those sons of bitches coming near. It'll be the take that they will never forget. Boom.
There's got to be a better lighting scheme that I can do.
When traveling to Boston from New Vegas, I encountered some pretty strange things out there. Some things you wouldn't believe. I just got into New Mexico. I was on my way to Albuquerque when I happened across a gang of raiders. They had this arena built out of old pre-war aircraft. where they'd hold these gladiator battles to death. I watched a man kill a 10-foot-tall mutated black bear with nothing more than a sword and his wits. I couldn't believe my eyes. I should have bet on the man. Lost about 1,000 caps in that bet. Oh well, you win some and you lose some.
May have to look for another mod then, because I don't want to ruin the blue cool like calming effect that we got going on here. We could do it like that.
I hear a lot of talk about the railroad, helping free synths and all that. They don't sound
Alright.
too bad.
Let's... Preston, if you ever say that to me again, I will drown you in this fucking pool, so help me. Let's take a look at some more. I need a blue lighting mod. If anyone knows of a good mod that has like a good blue lamp or a light, let me know. Preston gravy. Okay, so we need to go Fallout 4. We need to go mods. Then we go crafting home settlement. But again, if anyone knows of a good mod that's got... Ooh. What about you? See radios. The mini nuke stuff. I just want to see your lamps. Homemaker probably has something that's what I use. Okay. So it has a bunch of different... I'm starting to see some lighting. What was the last one? Ah, it's the overview. Okay. So this one probably has something? Alright. Oh, fuck it. Let's try it. Let's see what the... Blah, 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 blah. Now requires all DLC. Fine, we have it. And settlement menu... I think I have that one. Let's see here. Yep, I got it right here. If you have any streetlight passive power, unlocked institute objects. Expanding big fixes, improvement, features, categories, installation. Download using Vortex and follow the instructions in the installer, which compatibility patches or optional patches you want to use. Okay, so manual installation is no longer supported. Cool. Compatibility. Alright, let's try it. Okay, I'm confused. It says manual installation no longer supported. But you can only do manual installation. So... I guess I'm confused. Oh, it's one of these. I don't know which one to do. Oh. Okay. What do I download to make this, to be able to use this? Actually, better question. Do they have it in... Let's see if they have it in the game first. But if not, how do I... Those all look like hotfixes. I didn't see a main file anywhere. It also says that that manual installation is no longer supported, so I'm not sure. There we go. But I don't know what version I have. I don't know what version of game I have. I don't know what version of game I have. I don't know what version I'm looking for. We got that. Oh, they got the Red Sox things. Nice. All right, let's try that. And it froze up. All right, So let's close all that bad boy out then, shall we? Yeah, I remember going to the file and everything, but it didn't tell me. Okay. So I don't understand what I am reading when it comes to computer technology information stuff. Okay. The mod number that it gave us, which if we go back there, show you exactly what I'm talking about here. Okay. Okay. So it's this number here. Okay. So homemaker. I don't know what ng update base users are. I don't know what. I know what that is. Next generation update? Next generation update. That must be it. Grab hotfix 1.7. It doesn't say what the cuz like look at this. Product version 1.10984 product 1.10.984.0. Then we come down here and this is for 1.79.5. None of these are for the version that I have. So not a single one of them. They are all for 1.79.1, which is not anything that I have. This is that whole confusion thing comes into play here. And I don't know who was asking for the AI mod. This is the Oh shit, sorry. I keep forgetting you guys can't see when I don't switch it over. Okay. So, let's show you again then. Mod homemaker, right? We've got 1.10.984.0. These are for 1.79.5, 1.79.5, 1.79.5, 1.79.5. So this is that whole, what the fuck is that then, you know? It's not my version number. So I wouldn't even know which one to use on this, because none of them are telling me what versions they're for. So it's fine. We will use the game's version. The game has a version, so we'll just use that.
Following total autonomy.
Homemaker. I gotta turn my APC on. There we go. You can get your version listed under beta. Okay. 1.791. Well, let's see if this one works. Let's see if this one works first. Homemaker.
I hear there's some strange glowing creatures seen at night out near Salem. Pretty creepy if you ask me. Tell you what though, don't go interfering with something that ain't bothering you none. Sometimes curiosity does kill.
They don't have what I need at all. It's gonna bother me that I can't get that lighting correct. I'm gonna have to come back to this. I'm gonna have to find it. I'm gonna have to go through and dig through mods to find it. Find a blue light. There's no way that there's only one fucking blue light in the entire thing and it's off of a mod, you know? Like, we are the goddamn Minutemen. Good to have blue lights. Wait. Are you telling me
Dusty dude here. I've got some more old Western wisdom to teach you Bostonians.
that I can do fucking
There are
purple?
three kinds of men. The ones that learn by reading, the few who learn by observation. The rest of them have to pee on the electric fence.
I could do purple. Oh. lit too. It's actually got some decent fucking lighting on it. There's those Christmas lights I was looking for. Man, I don't know. I really do dig that blue. But that purple looks pretty damn dope. And if I do the purple... It's gonna bother me that I can't complete this the way that I want to. Because we could go with the cat then.
I reckon you're still listening to me ramble on about nonsense here on Tumbleweed Tunes. Thank you for listening to me ramble on and on and on and on. It's what I do best. Can I move those down further, maybe? I'm Dusty Dude, and you're tuned into Tumbleweed Tunes. Hey, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? I love how these synthetic robot rascals try and act so human out here in Boston. Didn't have anything like this out in New Vegas. What's their deal anyway? I swear, I must have seen the strangest one yet. I was walking down to Diamond City and I heard this blabbering, raspy voice. No, I'm not talking about myself, folks. I also heard this thumping, almost like a stomping noise. I hid in a nearby bush and lo and behold, this one-legged hillbilly sounding synthetic just hopped on by. Kinda sounded like a good old Billy Bob from that old world radio station out in New Vegas. Strange things you see out here in the Commonwealth.
I think these are too big. Now I'm stuck. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's wider than the bar. That kind of does give me my blue glow. I just don't know that I want a shield. Oh shit, I totally forgot about that.
This is Dusty Dude, and you're listening to Tumbleweed Tunes. Much obliged. What do I have over there on that side? I heard some of you folks are worried about the increasing number of super mutants in Boston. I got some advice for you worrywurts out there. Worry is like a rocking horse. It's something to do that don't get you nowhere. Get up off your asses and do something about it.
No. We're gonna go with... Nope. This needs to be something else. We could put one of those ultra aggressive posters on there.
I'll be goddamn. Folks, you won't believe what just happened. I was moseying on over to my shack to grab another bottle of whiskey and heard a crow cawing behind me up on my roof. I turned, tilted my noggin and looked up. By George, you wouldn't believe your eyes. The crow was there, but a giant flying disc-shaped object was just floating overhead the hill behind my house. A beam of light came out of it with a strange and eerie hum. The light traveled up the hill, right smack dab on one of my brommen. It just lifted old Bessie right up into the air. Boom! It was gone, and so was old Bessie. Damn, that was my best bromman. My neighbor Isaiah was looking out his window when this all happened. Think I might go have a word with him real quick, see if he witnessed the same thing I did. Am I losing my mind? This next song goes out to my dear old Bessie, wherever she may be.
Okay. Okay. There we go. There we go. That was here. Holy crap. Move. Morgan. Let's see here. Nope. It's too many.
So I got to finally meet my next door neighbor after that strange UFO incident. He's a pretty down-to-earth dude who goes by the name of Isaiah Pendergrass. Not a bad guy at all. Him and I drank rum and Nuka-Colas all evening and talked about our strange travels. Found out he's hosting his own radio station like myself. He's the cool cat we all hear on Cadillac Jack's Radio Shack. I had to introduce myself after that UFO encounter we had out here. He still can't believe what he saw. Hell, neither can I. There's some very strange things happening out here in the Commonwealth, amigos.
I don't like them. They don't fit. They do not fit. Did you know angels are celestials, small gods? I would say that's a matter of belief and faith, which is determined by each individual's core values. Because not everyone's going to believe the same thing, you know? See, I could leave... Okay. Quick save. I could leave this way. We have the kegs connected to spigots with everything else. We've got the cash register, right? We could leave this way. Or... we could go the purple route.
I wasn't born with the name Dusty Dude.
Man, that
That was
purple
a
looks so
nickname I
fucking
earned back
clean,
in
though.
New Vegas when working for the NCR.
think we're
Funny
gonna run
story on
purple.
how I was deemed the dusty dude. Maybe I'll tell you all about it a few songs later. First, here's some more music.
Alright, so we gotta redo these lights. In the purple Halloween one. So do you play Fallout by chance? And if so, do you have you played more than one of the Fallouts? And which one was your favorite? When I was a kid, I played Fallout all the time. Fallout 3, but something horrible happened to me and I couldn't play for a while, but now I've gotten back into gaming. Okay. So Fallout 3 is the I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. Fallout 3 is the one that the only one you have experience with, but you're getting back into gaming? Have you done any of the lore dives in other Fallout games? Out of curiosity, like the first Fallout games, or the changes they've done with Fallout 4 and Fallout 76. Yes, only one I played, and I played the new Oblivion remake. Nice. Are you planning on doing any, getting back into any of the Fallout games out of curiosity? I know my fiance, she's been streaming, Skyrim. Skyrim's what she's been streaming. It's her first playthrough on Skyrim. She's playing a vanilla first playthrough. Blind. Okay, turn the light off. Alright, so I need to move these down more.
Boy, I enjoy those sunset sarsaparillas. Maybe a little too much. It wets my whistle and relaxes my old bones. I've seen a lot in my time. Some good, some bad. Well, mostly bad. But that doesn't matter. Especially when I'm sipping on an ice-cold sunset sarsaparilla. Mmm.
I haven't played them, only started gaming 6 months ago. I quit at 17 and now I am 34 and I am playing again. Very nice, very nice. It's good to get back into it. I know that that's pretty much all I do these days. It's all I'm allowed to do. So, here I am. Well, I do stream every day for the most part. Every now and then some real life thing will get in the way. So what kind of games are you wanting to get into now that you're back into gaming again? We'll fix this pool up later. I need to change lights.
Dusty Did was pretty scared when he came across the herd of death claws, but still kept his courage. Funny thing about courage is being scared to death and saddling up anyway.
Let's see how that comes out. I went and started playing on Fallout 4 not too long ago. It's a really fun game. It really is. I absolutely agree with that assessment. But I'm super biased. I've been a Fallout fan since the first one, and there's only been one Fallout game that I truly did not like. But I've played them all. But yeah, there was only one that I truly just did not care for. Alright, let's see what that looks like during the day.
That looks real refreshing.
Alright.
Dusty dude here with another word of wisdom. Never approach a bull from the front, a horse from the rear, or a fool from any direction.
Okay, so what did I do with this one? This was counters, right? Counters, yes. Alright, let me get caught up on chat real quick. Playing the start of Star Wars Jedi Survival now, ready for the new Gears of War. E-Day or the remake that they're doing, what was it called? Reloaded? Reloaded's gonna be the first game, just redone. And I know E-Day is gonna be coming out sometime in the near future-ish. And that's gonna be a prequel to everything. So which one? Out of curiosity. I'm looking forward to both because my son plays on PlayStation, and I've got several members of the ScareCrew community that also are PlayStation players, and I fucking love Gears, so I'll be able to actually run some Gears of War with the ScareCrew, which will be really exciting. I normally don't get into playing games. This one had me hooked, and was the first one in the franchise I have played. I then went and put Shelter on my phone. Okay, so John C. Know that there is 2 different story timelines going on in the Fallout universe. That's important to keep that in mind. There's the East Coast storyline, and then there's the West Coast storyline. The West Coast is the founding storyline from the original creators of Fallout, which is also the one that embarrasses Bethesda on a regular basis because it outperforms Bethesda. And it's the one that the Amazon TV show is following. That's the original storyline. And then we have the East Coast storyline, which is Todd Howard's creation. And that is the one that Bethesda's in charge of, and that's continuing. So there is 2 different storylines, West Coast, East Coast, and they are 2 different creators, even though Bethesda owns the entire IP.
In New Vegas, I took a job
Dusty
scouting
dude.
and gathering intelligence on the Nasty Boomers gang. I staked out one of their camps for 3 days gathering intel on them. I guess they all decided to scout the next civilized settlement, but left a handful to watch the camp while the rest were gone. I noticed they had a prisoner kept inside a cage like a wild animal. It was a young girl. The 3 that were left to guard the camp opened the cage and proceeded to try to have their way with that poor young girl. I couldn't watch any more. I took sight, let out a breath, and pulled the trigger. Managed to cut 2 of them down with 1 shot. The last boomer got scared, lost his cool, and ran into the sunset with his tail between his legs. To be continued.
Okay, now that Dusty's done talking, I don't like interrupting Dusty, dude. Let's see here. So, but anyways, so the 2 games, East Coast, West Coast storylines, are taking place in the same universe. Just know that the writing teams behind them are completely different. So, that's something to keep in mind. Fallout 4, if you like Fallout 4, the prequel to Fallout 4 is Fallout 3. Fallout New Vegas was released after Fallout 3, before Fallout 4, however, that's the West Coast storyline. Because it goes... The official canon game timeline, according to Bethesda, well, according to Todd Howard, is Fallout 1, Fallout 2, Fallout New Vegas is West Coast. Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Fallout 76 is East Coast, and Fallout 76 predates everything. Now, reality, regardless of what he likes to say, Fallout 1, Fallout 2, Fallout Brotherhood, Fallout Tactics, Fallout New Vegas. There's 2 other games in there, you noticed, Brotherhood and Tactics, both of which were retconned when Todd Howard bought the IP from Black Isle Games. So when they bought the IP and they controlled it, he ended up retconning both of those games, so they are no longer canon. And there was a Fallout Bible that was created with all of the known universe knowledge of Fallout by the creators themselves, the original creators, and Todd Howard retconned that as well. So there are pieces of the lore that exist out there that you can get your hands on that are not canon anymore, so that's another fun thing Todd's done. Yeah. Let's see here. Well, my friend, I gotta go. Please, blessed, have a great gaming day. Well, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate that, Dimitri. E-Day, all of it, everyone, all the gears like you, but I gotta go also. All right, well, thank you. I appreciate the subscription. I appreciate you stopping in and hanging out with me and talking with me. I hope you have a wonderful day or evening.
I just cut.
Depending on what time zone you're in. And yeah, I try to stream every day, so keep subscribed. I am taking a break coming up for 11 days on the 15th. 15th to the 26th, I'm going to be out of town, so that's the one break period I'm having. But for the most part, I stream every day, and I stream 8 to 12 hours a day. So yeah, feel free to stop in. I do a variety of games. But thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Okay, that's kind of cool. It is. There is so much lore in Fallout. Like I said, I've been a major fan since day one of the very first game. I still have Xbox 360, so opportunity to play some of those games. Honestly, Fallout New Vegas is more stable on Xbox 360 than the modern consoles. So, like, if you're gonna play New Vegas, play it on the older system. If you're not playing on PC. And if you're playing on PC, use an emulator. Genuinely. It is such a broken ass game. It's not even funny. But it still outperforms every fucking game that Mr. Todd Howard's released under this title IP. Just because, like, it is the superior game. Even though it's literally the most broken. And it's the most loved. It's so fantastic. Everybody subbed to him. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, like I'm the lore guy. I like lore. Lore is what interests me in video games. I get caught up in video games where there's a rich lore, and me as the player, I get to change it. Right? So like Mass Effect, fucking amazing. Dragon Age, the first three. Dragon Age 1, 2, and Inquisition. Those three. Fantastic. The Fallout universe, fantastic. The Elder Scrolls universe, every game. Here's a fun little tidbit for those who don't know. The Elder Scrolls game, everything that the player does is canon in every single playthrough. Do you know why? Because they have this thing called dragon breaks. And dragon breaks are time periods in history where everything is canon and nothing is canon, all simultaneously. And they happen periodically throughout the Elder Scrolls universe. It's just a mechanic that's part of their lore. Now, every single video game that gets released, that's a dragon break. So that way, every single choice you make as the player is absolutely fucking canon. And I think that is so wonderful. I've been playing on PS4. Okay. Yeah, so PS4 is pretty good for the New Vegas as well. But if you want to see the connection to 4 to the rest of the franchise, my recommendation is when you're ready to move on to the next. I need to save my game.
Two of the 3 boomer gangbangers and scared the third
Hold on.
off. I worked my way down.
My headset died, and it freezes the game every time I change out. All right, so if you're new to the franchise and you're playing 4, and that's your first introduction to the franchise, first, let me say welcome to the fandom. It's amazing. But I'm going to give you a couple heads ups. So first, if you want to play the next, if you're going to pick out of the tons of Fallout games that are available to us, the one that I would recommend going to next for you personally, John, is going to is going to Fallout 3. Okay? Fallout 3 is the direct prequel to Fallout 4. How far are you into Fallout? How far are you into Fallout 4, John? And is it your first playthrough?
Poor young woman that was caged like an animal. Ooh, boy, was she a firecracker. She almost blew my head off with one of the departed boomer's firearms. I managed to calm her down and convince her I was not a threat. She told me everything they'd done to her, and I'll tell you what, she was more than justified in wanting to get vengeance on these boomer assholes. She wanted blood. I found myself wanting it too after what they'd done to her and her family. We both decided to infiltrate their gang together, make each and every one of those sons of bitches pay. We disguised ourselves with the uniforms of the two I cut down with my sniper rifle moments ago. After hiding the bodies,
That room is still bothering the shit out of me.
on fire.
I don't. There is something off about the design of this fucking room, and I don't like it, and I don't know what it is. I can't figure it out yet. I will. There's something off about this room that I'm not caring for. Maybe it's the netting. Maybe it's the screen lighting. Maybe I gotta get rid of these and like actually just feed into the purple all the way. No, because then it's too dull. I have to leave this room. This room is gonna bother the shit out of me. And I know it's because I don't have the items that I want to have to build that room out. So, as a result, the gym gets to suffer too. Alright, we will deal with the gym later. We're gonna... Preston, come on.
Hey, just point me to it.
I need you to go stand right
Over
here.
here. Got it.
And don't fucking move. Stay.
Wait there. I'll stand ready.
Good. Okay, you're level 9. Okay, so is this your first playthrough ever of Fallout 4? Perfect. Alright, now that we've got that all squared away, and I know I'm not changing it again, let's go put our planting stations back.
So the young lady and I just set fire to the boomers' camp after...
Level 9, cleared sanctuary, Abernathy farm, have the drive-in workbench unlocked. I also have completed fire support with the Brotherhood, Steel Lexington. Yes, still haven't joined any factions yet. Okay, I want you
taking the
to...
clothes off the 2 dead boomers I shot down in order to disguise
I just fucking did that to myself.
ourselves as fellow boomer gang members.
We're gonna walk away
We
before I
decided
get
we
mad
would wait
about
in
it.
the distance for when the scouting party would arrive back at the now burning boomer camp. When they'd show up, we'd run down the hill and claim to be from a camp someone also torched up the northern region, and we're following a trail in pursuit of the pyromaniac who just torched our camps. The next thing we did, I still can't believe. To make ourselves appear legitimate, we both decided to shoot each other in non-lethal areas to appear as battle-wounded in pursuit of thine enemy. That's it for now. To be continued after this next song, folks.
Okay, 1 second. I gotta find this place. No, stop it. There you go. No. thought it was North Chapel. Apparently I was wrong. North End. Is it State House? The State House is actually fairly close to it. So we'll go there. Alright, I talk with people I work, they have the sense of crazy. Okay. It's slightly a spoiler. It's slightly jumping ahead in a way that the game doesn't intend you to jump ahead. It's minor levels of spoilers. But if you are interested, I can show you where you should go whenever you make a character. Like a brand new playthrough, if you're doing it without modding, there is one thing you should always do right out the gate, no matter what. Strong recommendations.
Well, back to my story once again, amigos. So,
If you're interested, I can share it with you. What it is going and finding a very specific faction, joining said specific faction, because you can join all of the factions simultaneously and be in all of the factions. And then at a certain point, the game will tell you you have to pick a side. So it is possible to be in all the factions at the same time. But there's a specific faction you should join, and it's for two reasons. First reason is the very first mission they give you, you get a gun that you can literally play with the entire time throughout every single piece of content at any level, period, and never have to change this gun out ever again. It comes pre-silenced, and the ammo that it uses is super fucking common. So you'll always have plenty of ammo. And it's an amazing gun. The next one is you do a few quests for them, like 2-3 quests. And then you unlock a crafting ability called Ballistic Weave. And Ballistic Weave is something you can armor your clothes that you wear under your armor. And there's a hat called the Newsboy hat. If you can find the Newsboy hat, you can armor that bitch up too. And you can get your hat then wearing 110 defense, 100 damage resistances, both standard and energy. And you can get things like, say, the army outfit that has 1 strength, 1 agility, and you can also make that up to 110 damage resistance and energy resistance. So it's called Railroad. If you would like, I can show you how to do all of that.
our completely foolish plan worked. There we were, mixed up with a gang of boomers. We traveled to another boomer camp, and where the leaders of the power gangers and the boomers were meeting in order to call a truce with each other. This was bad, very bad. If those two forces joined each other, they would be one hell of a force to be reckoned with. The Mojave Wasteland would be an even more dangerous place than it already was to begin with. We couldn't let this happen. We devised a plan to make it look like an assassination attempt on the powder gangers' leader. Sorry to do this again, but to be continued.
Old North Church, there it is. The way that it has you find this fucking place, when you get into the city, you'll see this this red brick line all throughout the city, and it's broken up, right? It disappears in certain areas. And then it's got letters select. we don't do that. It's called the Trail of Freedom Trail, right? The Freedom Trail. And it's fucking stupidly long. It is so goddamn long. But if you don't want to follow it, which I don't recommend following it, you come to this fun location. One spot I need to go is the robot disposal and use the sentry bot. The sentry bot has minor uses. Keep that in mind, because you can activate its self-defense protocol and send it to a very limited amount of locations, and it'll go there and just clear out a location. But there's a hot rodder magazine there that allows you to paint shit onto your weapons and armor, so like it's pretty decent. Alright, so North Church. If you are interested in doing this, let me show you at least where the church is, right? So we got the Grey Gardens, Oberlin stations. You got this big river thing, right? So let's give you an idea here. So, Sanctuary Hills, up in this corner. We move south, we'll see this big river that kind of like wraps around everything, right? And out on this corner here, you have this point where this river wraps around, and then it can go up or it can go down, right? This T intersection right here. So what you do is the old North Church is right there in that corner. If you can get to the old North Church, clear the inside and go down in the basement and clear the basement. Once you've done all of that, I can tell you the next steps if you're interested, because what it'll be is the password and stuff. But if you can do all of that, you can get access to a gun called the Deliverer, and the Deliverer, matter of fact, I will spawn one in real quick.
We remote rigged my sniper rifle on the roof of a nearby hill. I could aim and fire the rifle straight from my pit-boy on my arm. Once the leaders of both sides were on the main stage to perform the truce rites,
You sure we're not gonna need
fired the
that?
remote sniper rifle.
Yes.
Flew off the kneecap of the powder ganger's leg. This sparked a riot. Boomers killing powder gangers, and powder gangers killing boomers. Luckily, we snuck out the back even before I took the shot. As we were escaping the area, we felt a tremble in the ground. It would appear that the boomers were digging out an old coal mine. The ground continued to shake as we ran into the sunset, when boom! The ground must have formed an explosive pocket and completely went up in flames. Once the
I don't want
powder
to fuck up
gangers
my
and
other
boomers
save.
were firing everything they had at eeach other. We both flew into the
Hold
air
on.
from the intense underground explosion beneath our feet. I was completely knocked out. When I woke, it was dark outside. Once I opened my eyes, I could see my NCR captain and his first mate looking downward on me. I stood up and I was completely drenched in dust from the explosion. Captain patted me on the back and a huge dust cloud made all of us cough. Captain said, "Looks like this here dusty dude went above and beyond the call of duty. You were supposed to gather intelligence, not annihilate them and the powder gangers." I smiled and looked at him straight in the eye and said, "They didn't have that much intelligence to gather, so I gathered this here dust too." Well, folks, I reckon that's how I got the name Dusty Dude.
Alright, there we go. The Deliverer, for whatever reason, it's not spawning in the legendary version of it. It shoots 10mm ammo, which is super common, super cheap. And then if I remember correctly, it has a 20% VATS hit chance increase, like accuracy increase. And then it has a 25%, I think. Don't quote me on those numbers exactly, but it's reduce in cost of how much action points it costs to use VATS. So it allows you to use VATS more accurately and spam the shit out of VATS all at the same time. And it's a gun that you can get in the very first mission once you've gotten to the North Church and you actually link up with the railroad. It's one of the it's the first mission they give you. You get access to it. You get given it actually for free. And then join up for a little bit, do some time with them. I have an app that displays the map, so yeah. Okay, cool. So, once you've done that, once you're joined up, and you'll get a mission to do a dead drop, establish a outpost. The dead drop is gonna be, I think it's like Boston After Dark or something like that is the name of the quest, where you help the railroad again. And then you get, Pam is a robot. She gives you infinite quests.
Into a strange...
There's various different characters in this game that will give you infinite amounts of randomly generated quests. They will also give you a bunch of repeated, like, do this one thing 15 times, but they only have it 15 quests, right? I'm making up a number there. So there are characters that feel like they're just giving you the same fucking quest over and over again at a randomly generated location. But the reality is there's actually a finite number of those ones as well. So, like, Pam is one of those characters, those quest givers. She's a robot. But her very first quest that she gives you pertaining to getting a DIA cache will give you Ballistic Weave. And then those are the only two things you need. You can solo every piece of fucking content in all of Fallout 4, up to and including all of the DLCs, and never have to change your fucking gun. Just modify the gun and upgrade it as you go. That's it. Like, it is that level of a weapon. And you can get it right out the gate. All you got to do is be able to know where the railroad is located and how to get into their base.
Mutated bear out in the woods.
Once you get to North Church and you get inside and you've cleared the entire top floor and the underground tunnels, and you get to the dead end at the very end, let me know. And I'll give you the password too, and I'll show you that. Actually, matter of fact, yeah, when you get there, let me know.
Be careful out there, folks.
Let me go back to the building while we're waiting.
Careful as a naked man climbing a barbed wire fence.
But yeah, go there for sure. For sure, go there. Every single playthrough, no matter what, start at that moment. You'll be solid for the entire game. God damn, that actually looks good. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Got the 155s on the roof. Ooh, man. All right. Now, if you're modding, just get the cheat terminal and whatever guns you want to play. Oh no! You're not connected anymore. That's not cool, man. Not cool! You're not connected either. Fix my plants. Mut fruit. see, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we've got 1, 2, so I need 2 more. And I don't have any squirreled away anywhere, right? That is correct. I don't have any squirreled away. Alright, so what do we need here? We need... Are you all not planted in the ground anymore? Okay, tomatoes, tomatoes, tomatoes. So where did we go wrong here? Corn, tomatoes, corn, potatoes, corn, potatoes, corn, potatoes, corn. Should be tomatoes and then corn. Okay, no, we are correct. Okay, okay. I've been trying to level up a stat called Gunslinger. Increases non-automatic weapons by 20% each time you level up. Gunslinger for the pistol, yeah. That's actually going to be super important for your for the deliverer. The deliverer, okay, so the deliverer will take benefits from this perk. The deliverer will take benefits from Mr. Sandman because it's a silenced weapon naturally. And then if you go over to Ninja and you've been sneaking and using the silencer the way it's intended, this will give you an additional 3.5% damage on top of the 50% damage increase from this, on top of the doubling the damage here. So like you can see where like the deliverer can be really fed into. So there's quite a bit you can do with it. And then, you know, you got the bloody mess perk, which at 3 stars does an additional 15%, and then this causes people to explode. So like there's ways to make it super useful. But yeah, good choice, good choice.
Into Tumbleweed Tunes. I'm your Lone Ranger DJ, Dusty Dude, and I play the best guitar this side of Boston. I've got about 20 different guitars I use on the air. Sometimes what you're hearing is pre-recorded due to me not being able to broadcast live 24/7. I do have other hobbies, you know. Well, back to the tunes.
Oh, I just thought of something. I don't know if I can make that work or not. Oh, but maybe. Fucking maybe. No! Damn it. We did it! Okay. Alright. So now that we've got this fucking thing built. Can I place you somewhere? Ooh. Okay. Actually... Oh, I'm so glad I was able to build this. I was worried I wasn't going to be able to include it in my build. Actually, we're going to leave it over there. That's a good fucking spot for it, actually, now that I'm thinking on that. Which means... Okay. Which means now... Are those propellers
folks,
good?
I
Are those
think I
gonna hit
might
that?
rest my eyes here while these next pre-recorded songs play. And don't you worry, I'm not falling asleep, just resting my eyes. I'll have plenty of time to sleep when I'm dead.
Okay, so let's go over here and check structures. Miscellaneous stairs. Do you connect to this? There we go.
This is Dusty Dude. I wanted to thank you for listening to Tumbleweed Tunes. Much obliged.
I don't know if they're functional or not. Oh, I don't remember if they're functional or not. Speaking of which, we need to go get ours. Actually, we're gonna put this over by the aid station because we're gonna build the infirmary, and APC is actually a great way for the infirmary to be able to move patients quickly. Are you just always gonna float? We all float down here. Alright, there we go. Much better. I gotta build out that infirmary still. Alright, so we need 2 more planters boxes. And by the way, if anybody has any questions about Fallout 4 stuff or Fallout anything, let me know. I am all about helping people. Alright, so the mute fruit, or mutt fruit. Okay. Crops are back up and they are good to go. I told you to stay outside. What are you doing?
Hey, what is it?
Preston. Can't even follow simple directions. Are you sure you deserve that eagle that I put on your chest, Colonel? Huh? Huh? Concrete stairs. Oh, that'll bug me. Alright, let's fix those. That's good. Okay. I think I want to be done with this roof. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh. Nope, before I start spawning people in. Wait a second. Ooh, that's a question. All right.
Hey,
1 second, folks. I'll be right back. Please stick with me through the break. And if you guys haven't, please hit those subscribe and like buttons. And we'll be right back. And we're going to finish this build out. 1 second. So
This
does
Dusty Dude, and I wanted to thank you for listening to Tumbleweed Tunes. Much obliged.
it is. Oh, give me a weapons workbench. Oh my goodness. That is so cool. Oh, that dramatically changes things. Oh, I didn't know I could throw all of them on there like that. That makes me so happy. Okay. Where... I just realized we're gonna run out of food if I do that. Damn, I was gonna summon in those folks. That's actually a lot of real estate to be leaving unfinished, but what are we gonna get out of it, too?
One of my best words of wisdom comes from a fella named Mr. Wayne. Life is hard, but it's even harder if you're stupid.
There has to be a reason to leave it open, or else I'm gonna close it. Originally, I wanted to put... Originally, I was gonna put the dining area here. Boom! Liberty Prime. This would actually be a good place for the aquariums. T51. Do you have a T45? I see the T60s and the T51s. You only have the T60s and T45s. I don't know if I'm keeping that or not. I'll have to see what we end up doing with the dining facility. So let's work on the dining facility. Can I connect them? Oh, it's gonna take precision editing. Okay, so if we can't connect them...
I heard a rumor that if you eat Mirelurk cakes, you can hold your breath underwater for long periods of time. I never did try this, but one of these days I shall give it a go. I reckon it's the condensed oxygen cells inside the Mirelurk creatures that allow This song goes out to a sweet cowgirl who makes the best soup in Boston. Much obliged, Agatha. You're one cool gal. Keep on playing that fiddle.
Okay, so now that we got that, decorations, kitchen. Make it new and see what it looks like. Nice. Okay.
This is Dusty Dude, and you're listening to Tumbleweed Tunes. Much obliged. Hey Pixie, welcome in, welcome in. Tell you what, folks, I love to gain new wisdom about Boston. Such an interesting place compared to the Mojave wasteland. I love to learn, but I live for wisdom. Knowledge comes from learning. Wisdom comes from living. So true, don't you think? Well, hello there, cowboys. I'm your host, Dusty Dude, and I have some wild tales about the time I spent in New Vegas. But we'll jump on that horse a little further down the trail. First, I wanted to humbly thank you for tuning in to Tumbleweed Tunes, brought to you via satellite from Old World Radio. Much obliged.
Okay. Fixing.
hold that song very dear to my heart. Brings me back to when I witnessed a herd of deathclaws heading out towards Quarry Junction. I first caught sight of those evil demons when leading a pack of Brahmin out of the Good Springs to trade with my amigo Doc Mitchell. Weary from my travels, I set up camp for the night. Well, as I lay there, feeling the warmth of the fire, deep in thought while staring up at the Mojave stars, I started to feel the ground tremble beneath my boots. At first I thought it was an earthquake, but then I heard the snarl and growl of distant foul beasts. I grabbed and looked through my telescope, and lo and behold, there they were, an entire herd of deathclaws, evil demons. I packed up my belongings as quick as a rabbit on fire and got the hell out of Dodge. Those were the days. Here's another tune for you folks.
I'm making sure that each chair can be sat in, so that way NPCs don't get locked. And there we go. Nice. Nice. I still don't know how I feel about this being that open like that. Game alterations. Weather clear. Got the dining facility. Got the barracks. Which we need to decorate this room. Preston, stop opening doors. This is why I told you to wait outside. My buddy's so tired I'll get up shortly though to persevere. Stretch, anti-inflammatories, hydration. That would be my recommendations. Right. Ooh, we didn't put the cutlery out.
Well, howdy, folks. You're listening to Tumbleweed Tunes with your host, Dusty Dude. I got a story to tell you through this here guitar. There may not be any words spoken in the English language, or any language that I can muster, but the message is understood simply by listening. Not by learning a new language or knowing the one you already understand. Just by listening.
Mm. Ooh, that's from the side, wait.
I take pride in that. I just read a letter here from Pierre, the host of the French Connection out of New Vegas. He just told me he quit drinking and is working on his gambling addiction. The letter says, "Thank you, dude. You were there when I was at my worst and didn't leave my side. Thank you for pulling out those bullets and fixing me up." Oh, you're welcome, little buddy. I was there for him when he lost his cool inside a casino and shot up the place. I escorted him home, plugged him back into his battery charger port, and helped him sober up the next day. Poor fella had 6 bullet holes in his processor housing. I fixed him up and gave him a brand new shine and went along my way. Here's to you, Pierre.
Okay, now we're getting some details in there. I think I will keep the fish tank. So if that's the T60, that's the T51. Do we have a T60 jetpack? Nope, T60 does not have a jetpack.
This next guitar lick can heal any wounded soul. I remember when I was down and out at the Sierra Madre Casino. I was on one hell of a losing streak. Just bet my last handful of bottle caps on a game of blackjack. Just as I realized I lost it all, I heard this strange robot flipping his lid about not being allowed to gamble since he was indeed a machine. He shot the whole place up while going on some rant about being alive and not being a robot. Strangest thing I ever seen a robot do, I tell you what. After the commotion was through, it was just me and the drunken robot, staring each other down, eye to eye. Or should I say, eye to lens. Then he blew sparks all over the place and started leaking fluid everywhere. He then ran out of the place so fast I could barely keep my eye on him. I just stood there for a minute in awe of everything that just happened. Then the law showed up and blamed the entire incident on me. I was thrown in jail that evening, just couldn't believe my luck. As I lay there in my dirty, rust-covered cell, I heard a familiar voice coming through the barred window of my cell. Turns out, it was that same robot who shot up the Sierra Madre Casino. He was carrying a case of Sunset Sarsaparilla in one arm and a bomb in the other. He belched out some nonsense I couldn't understand. Then sparks flew out of his bullet holes as he winded up and threw the bomb he was carrying at my cell window, and boom! I woke up in the middle of the desert, being dragged into some cave by a strange robotic hombre. He told me he was sorry I got caught up in the middle of what happened, and gave me a sarsaparilla and a briefcase. I opened the briefcase, and lo and behold, it was filled with caps. He then started to whistle a catchy tune. Kind of sounded like this.
Okay, so that's not a complete room. That's the decor for it. So let's see about... Do you have a medical bed? Institute beds, med bay. That's an I don't want the institute bed though. Let's see what other beds I have over here. We may end up having to use it. No, it's... I don't like the way that that is. Wait.
This is Dusty Dude, and you're listening to Tumbleweed Tunes. Much obliged.
Hmm. Do we have others to choose from, maybe? I don't even know what that's considered. It's decoration.
Hell yeah. I like
Miscellaneous,
that.
maybe?
Hope you all like it too. I take pride in it every time it plays. Reminds me of when I took contract out on the biggest bounty in New Vegas. He was a hootin' and a hollerin' when I dragged his mischievin' ass back into the sheriff's office. He was sighted shooting a fella at the cemetery of Good Springs. I sure as cow shit caught that vermin. Made him confess, and they locked his lollygagging ass up. He wasn't too happy. Said he'd get me when he got out. Well, I'm still waiting for you, you greasy turkey neck sucking son of a gun. Maybe you learned it wouldn't be too beneficial to your health for you to kick up my dust again. If you do, I'll bury you next to my whiskey shack in my backyard. This next song is a fair warning for you, Benny.
Okay, first of all, we need lights in there. Lights. Okay, so we do need a curtain in there, though.
Dusty Dude. Nice to make your acquaintance. Here's a song for you, amigo.
Where was it? Was it miscellaneous in the rooms? No. I didn't think so. Damn, I just fucking had it too. Here we go. Okay.
Oh, man. I reckon that one is... Well, I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did playing it. I'm all by my lonesome here, but in spirit, I'm not alone. I have you fellow cowpokes here to listen to me ramble on about God knows what, and play this here old guitar. Not entirely sure which of us is older, me or the guitar.
Yeah, we're gonna need chairs that can be moved. Probably these really uncomfortable metal chairs. Little pharmacy room for survivors? No! No. This is gonna be the infirmary. So, if Minutemen personnel get injured while out on patrol or mission or operations or whatever, they can be transported by armored personnel carrier directly to the infirmary, where the doc can assess them in the vehicle and determine whether or not they've got a bed and whether or not they need a bed. So yeah, it's an infirmary.
have one of those days? You know what I mean. One of those days you just can't hack it, no matter what you do. No matter how tight the rope is, that bull just snaps it right back in your face. Well, folks, I'm having one of those kind of days. I'm going to put on autoplay here for the rest of the day and get lost in this here bottle of New Vegas whiskey. See you all on the flip side.
Nope. Can't put it there. Okay. Dang. All right. Though you did just give me an idea. What if I didn't turn this little tiny section into an infirmary? What if I turned this into a surgical operation room? And then turned this, instead of a workshop, into the medical area where the patients recovered? What if we did that? That might actually do a little better. Ooh, could we pull that off though? Is the I need a surgical bed. So before we go changing the rest of that around, let's go make sure that we've got a surgical bed. If I could find like a gurney or something to that effect, that would be pretty cool. Because then I could turn that into a... there we go. Green was messing with the camera. If I can find a... If I can find a gurney, I can turn that into a surgical bay. And then it makes more sense. Would those work as that? I mean, technically they can. I don't like it though.
Dusty here, with yet another word of wisdom. In the end, we only regret the chances we didn't take.
That water's functional. That's kind of cool. All right. Where am I missing? Well, let's check Homemaker. Let's see what Homemaker has. Does have the gurney. And it has the Okay. That just decided it.
Howdy there, weary travelers, wasteland wanderers. It's me, Dusty Dude. I'm happy to welcome you to Tumbleweed Tunes. I'll be playing my good old rusty guitar for you ladies and gentlemen, and telling tales of my days in New Vegas. I was a trader, ranch owner, smuggler, and bounty hunter back then. And woo doggy, did I meet some strange folk in my travels. I'll tell you more about that another time. Here's another song for you.
Okay, so they need no, I think we're gonna put the wheelchair in here. Okay. Now then. Man. Bedroom. Tables. So let's... I like that better. I don't remember where it's at now. Shit. It's not here.
Well, howdy once again. It's your old friend Dusty Dude here bringing you the best tumbleweed tunes this side of the Commonwealth. Hope you're riding hard and riding strong, folks. Keep it rawhide and weathered, just like me, Dusty Dude.
Genuinely don't... Oh, was it wall decorations, maybe? Miscellaneous? Your lighting. String lights. Yeah, the other thing is like there's gonna be 0 settlers here. Every single NPC that's gonna be at this location will be a Minuteman. Exclusively. Go back to this. There we go. Okay. Surfaces and tables.
Howdy, this is your host, Dusty Dude. I got a little Western wisdom for you folks out there. If you find yourself in a hole, the first thing to do is stop digging.
I wish I could get that. Do I have that table without the clutter on it? Let's see here. No, but I have this thing.
Can you believe this weather we've been having? Just a few days ago, I walked outside and the sky was green. There was a dense green fog in the air. I'll tell you what, folks, we never had strange weather like this out in New Vegas. Just your occasional sandstorm once in a while. I tell you what, I am not missing those, even though my name is Dusty Dude. Back to the music.
I don't like the fact that they all looked the same. I wasn't okay with that. If I could find that without the clutter, though, and then put the clutter on that I want on there instead. Furniture. There it is. That's it. Kind of wish it was a little bit more compact.
This is Dusty Dude. You're listening to Tumbleweed Tunes. You're probably asking yourself, does he ever sleep? Well, I'll tell you this. I'll get all the sleep I need when I'm dead.
Yeah. Let's see, what other little clutter can we find? The Anarchist Cookbook, that's funny. The Art of War.
I swear, folks, if I come across another one of these pesky raiders trying to rob me once again, I will give them everything, including the timed bomb I activate any time I see those sons of bitches coming near. It'll be the take that they will never forget. Boom. I think I built something in here that I didn't intend on building. Yeah, I did. Traveling to Boston from New Vegas, I encountered some pretty strange things out there. Some things you wouldn't believe. I just got into New Mexico. I was on my way to Albuquerque when I happened across a gang of raiders. They had this arena built out of old pre-war aircraft where they'd hold these gladiator battles to death. I watched a man kill a 10-foot-tall mutated black bear with nothing more than a sword and his wits. I couldn't believe my eyes. I should have bet on the man. Lost about 1,000 caps in that bet.
Ooh, you know what?
Oh well. You win some,
No,
and
no,
you
no, no,
lose
no.
some.
This person is not going to be a reader like everybody else. This person... Solitaire. There we go. Probably don't put the colorful skull inside the room where people are recovering.
I hear there's some strange glowing creatures seen at night out near Salem. Pretty creepy if you ask me. Tell you what though, don't go interfering with something that ain't bothering you none. Sometimes curiosity does kill.
Can I walk through the curtains, I wonder? If I can walk through the curtains, I'll put them up. No, you can't walk through the curtains. That'd be cool as shit if you could, though. I could switch the sides that they're on and put the... Ooh, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. Take those out.
Dusty Dude here. I've got some more old Western wisdom to teach you Bostonians. There are three kinds of men. The ones that learn by reading, the few who learn by observation. The rest of them have to pee on the electric fence.
Lighting. Still sticking a little bit. All right, I can clearly walk through all of them. Let's see here.
I reckon you're still listening to me ramble on about nonsense here on Tumbleweed Tunes. Thank you for listening to me ramble on and on and on and on. It's what I do best.
Oh, it doesn't work? Oh, it does work. It's just like super high up. Okay. Tell me you got a better... Nope, you don't. Well, yeah, that hospital light's gotta go. That's just not up to snuff.
I'm Dusty Dude, and you're tuned into Tumbleweed Tunes.
I could just do that, right? Nope. Nope, 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 nope.
I love how these synthetic robot rascals try and act so human out here in Boston. Didn't have anything like this out in New Vegas. What's their deal anyway? I swear, I must have seen the strangest one yet. I was walking down to Diamond City and I heard this blabbering, raspy voice. No, I'm not talking about myself, folks. I also heard this thumping, almost like a stomping noise. I hid in a nearby bush and lo and behold, this one-legged hillbilly sounding synthetic just hopped on by. Kinda sounded like a good old Billy Bob from that old world radio station out in New Vegas. Strange things you see out here in the Commonwealth.
Surgery. And then this one will be recovery. So they have their surgery location, and then they have the recovery location. And the doctor can do the assessments here. And you have the APC as armored transport for your injured personnel. And a designated parking spot that's nice and flat so that it doesn't jostle around the patients too much. Got our dining facility with placements set up for everyone to eat at with utensils and plates. We got some cooking stuff. We've got some aquariums. We've got our gym, which needs more work.
Dude, and you're listening to Tumbleweed Tunes.
I just don't know what else I'm gonna do to it, but I am gonna do more to it. We've got the pool with bar. Woo! Which I need to do alterations to this place still. This place is not done yet. And we've got our, again, this one's not done yet either. This build is probably going to take me another stream or two to complete, probably two. If I'm being honest with myself, with how detailed I'm going to get. So this is the barracks room, which isn't dark enough. So I'm going to have to download a mod to make the universe darker. This is our food locations, which the Minutemen will be able to provide for themselves and have their downtime. But this floor is complete. This floor is complete.
I heard some of you folks are worried about the increasing number of super mutants in Boston. I got some advice for you worrywurts out there. Worry is like a rocking horse. It's something to do that don't get you nowhere. Get up off your asses and do something about it.
Okay, so the roof is also complete as far as loadouts go, because each one of these little metal barriers here, plus the flag, is a roaming guard patrol point. And then the artillery pieces will have set troops there, so I'll have a senior NCO probably walking around up here, senior sergeant. We'll probably go with a staff sergeant, possibly a sergeant first class, is who I'll assign as the roaming patrol. And then we'll have privates and specialists on the guns. So, other than the personnel assignment, the roof is done. And we got our vertibird with landing pad, mind you. Which has the stairs going down, and then I have to turn this into a security guard checkpoint. So there'll be a security troop here, and there'll probably be a captain. I'll probably assign a captain over there to run that point. Speaking of which, so if I have my security guys here, and I gotta build the grills for outside still. Which I can't find those ones. I have to actually go and look for those, because where I thought they would be is not where they are. Nope. Okay.
I'll be goddamn. Folks, you won't believe what just happened. I was moseying on over to my shack to grab another bottle of whiskey and heard a crow cawing behind me up on my roof. I turned, tilted my noggin and looked up. By George, you wouldn't believe your eyes. The crow was there, but a giant flying disc-shaped object was just floating overhead the hill behind my house. A beam of light came out of it with a strange and eerie hum. The light traveled up the hill, right smack dab on one of my brommen. It just lifted old Bessie right up into the air. Boom. It was gone, and so was old Bessie. Damn, that was my best bromman. My neighbor Isaiah was looking out his window when this all happened. I think I might go have a word with him real quick, see if he witnessed the same thing I did. Am I losing my mind? This next song goes out to my dear old Bessie, wherever she may be.
I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with this center room too. I'm not sure that I'm satisfied with the way that it's set up, just because of the poor lighting. Alright, let's see. Can I shove this inside here too? There, that can be up there. That way it's out of sight, out of mind. Let me quick save this. And standard save this. Let me see what happens when I delete this. Oh, it's just the trash. Okay. I'm fine with that. I wanted the trash gone too, but I was hoping I could rip out the internal piece here. Alright, so yeah, this will be our security point, which will have an officer on duty there. I gotta do something better with the center lighting. That's what the deal is. It's the center. It's this center kitchen area. The dining area is the part that I have the poor lighting on that I need to figure out. Because like these right here, I could just throw more string lights on. That'd fix that. But I can't exactly do that here. We still got lots and lots of work to do. But I do believe I'm gonna call it there. I've been going for 8 hours just working on this. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. If you guys haven't done so already, please hit those subscribe and like buttons. And keep an eye on those notifications. We're going to keep working on this next time I go live, which will be later tonight, right? So, we're going to keep working on this. I have to go digging through some mods. I have to go find a mod that has the proper lighting and stuff that I'm looking for. So, but thank you all for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. And hope to see you all in the future. You all have a pleasant day or evening, depending on what time zones you are in, and catch you in the next stream. See you later, Dave. Thank you.